Good evening, my friends. Welcome to Read Me to Sleep, the podcast where I read softly to you to help you relax and drift off to sleep. I'm Victoria, and tonight I'll be reading the third and final installment of the story of Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp. The reading is followed by several hours of soothing background sounds to help you fall asleep and stay asleep. If this podcast brings you a moment of rest, join me on Patreon for early, ad-free access to new weekly episodes and exclusive members-only content. You can also support by subscribing and leaving a like and a comment on YouTube and Spotify. All the links are in the description below. Thank you for joining me tonight. Now, let's settle in. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. As soon as the porters of the Sultan's palace saw Aladdin's mother, they went and informed the Sultan, who immediately ordered the bands of trumpets, cymbals, drums, fifes, and hautboys placed in different parts of the palace to play, so that the air resounded with concerts which inspired the whole city with joy. The merchants began to adorn their shops and houses with fine carpets and silks to prepare illuminations against night. The artisans of every description left their work, and the populace repaired to the great space between the royal palace and that of Aladdin, which last drew all their attention, not only because it was new to them, but because there was no comparison between the two buildings. But their amazement was to comprehend by what unheard-of miracle so magnificent a palace could have been so soon erected, it being apparent to all that there were no prepared materials or any foundations laid the day before. Aladdin's mother was received in the palace with honor and introduced into the Princess Bedrulbudur's apartment by the chief of the eunuchs. As soon as the princess saw her, she rose, saluted, and desired her to sit down on a sofa. And, while her women finished dressing and adorning her with the jewels which Aladdin had presented to her, a collation was served up. At the same time, the Sultan, who wished to be as much with his daughter as possible before he parted with her, came in and paid the old lady great respect. Aladdin's mother had talked to the Sultan in public, but he had never seen her with her veil off, as she was then, and, though she was somewhat advanced in years, she had the remains of a good face, which showed what she had been in her youth. The Sultan, who had always seen her dressed very meanly, not to say poorly, was surprised to find her as richly and magnificently attired as the princess, his daughter. This made him think Aladdin equally prudent and wise in whatever he undertook. When it was night, the princess left her own apartment for Aladdin's palace, with his mother on her left hand, carried in a superb litter, followed by 100 women slaves, dressed with surprising magnificence. All the bands of music, being joined together, led the procession, followed by 100 state ushers and the like number of eunuchs in 2 files, with their officers at their head. 400 of the Sultan's young pages carried flambeaux on each side, which, together with the illuminations of the Sultan's and Aladdin's palaces, made it as light as day. At length, the princess arrived at the new palace, and Aladdin ran with all imaginable joy to receive her at the grand entrance. His mother had taken care to point him out to the princess, in the midst of the officers who surrounded him, and she was charmed with his person. "Adorable princess," said Aladdin, accosting her and saluting her respectfully as soon as she had entered her apartment. "If I have the misfortune to have displeased you by my boldness in aspiring to the possession of so lovely a creature, I must tell you that you ought to blame your bright eyes and charms, not me." "Prince," answered the princess, "I am obedient to the will of my father, and it is enough for me to have seen you to tell you that I obey without reluctance." Aladdin, charmed with so agreeable an answer, would not keep the princess standing, but took her by the hand, which he kissed with the greatest demonstration of joy, and led her into a large hall, illuminated with an infinite number of wax candles, where, by the care of the genie, a noble feast was served up. The dishes were of massy gold and contained the most delicate viands, and all the other ornaments and embellishments of the hall were answerable to this display. The princess, dazzled to see so much riches, said to Aladdin, "I thought, Prince, that nothing in the world was so beautiful as the Sultan my father's palace. But the sight of this hall alone is sufficient to show I was deceived." Then Aladdin led the princess to the place appointed for her, and as soon as she and his mother were seated, a band of the most harmonious instruments, accompanied with the voices of beautiful ladies, began a concert, which lasted, without intermission, to the end of the repast. The princess was so charmed that she declared she had never heard anything like it in the Sultan her father's court. But she knew not that these musicians were fairies chosen by the genie, the slave of the lamp. When the supper was ended, there entered a company of female dancers who performed, according to the custom of the country, several figure dances, singing at the same time verses in praise of the bride and bridegroom. About midnight, the happy pair retired to their apartments, and the nuptial ceremonies were at an end. The next morning, when Aladdin arose, his attendants presented themselves to dress him, and brought him another habit as magnificent as that worn the day before. He then ordered one of the horses appointed for his use to be got ready, mounted him, and went in the midst of a large troop of slaves to the Sultan's palace. The Sultan received him with the same honors as before, embraced him, placed him on a throne near him, and ordered a collation. Aladdin said, "I beg your majesty will dispense with my eating with you today. I came to entreat you to take a repast in the princess's palace, attended by your grand vizier and all the lords of your court." The Sultan consented with pleasure, rose up immediately, and, preceded by the principal officers of his palace, and followed by all the great lords of his court, accompanied Aladdin. The nearer the Sultan approached Aladdin's palace, the more he was struck with its beauty, but was much more amazed when he entered it, and could not forbear breaking out into exclamations of approbation. But when he came into the hall, and cast his eyes on the windows, enriched with diamonds, rubies, emeralds, all large, perfect stones, he was so much surprised that he remained some time motionless. After he recovered himself, he said to his vizier, "Is it possible that there should be such a stately palace so near my own, and I be an utter stranger to it till now?" "Sir," replied the Grand Vizier, "your majesty may remember that the day before yesterday you gave Aladdin, whom you accepted for a son-in-law, leave to build a palace opposite your own, and that very day at sunset there was no palace on this spot. But yesterday I had the honor first to tell you that the palace was built and finished." "I remember," replied the Sultan, "but never imagined that the palace was one of the wonders of the world. For where, in all the world, besides, shall we find walls built of massy gold and silver, instead of brick, stone, or marble, and diamonds, rubies, and emeralds composing the windows?" The Sultan would examine and admire the beauty of all the windows, and, counting them, found that there were but 23 so richly adorned, and he was greatly astonished that the 24th was left imperfect. "Vizier," said he, for that minister made a point of never leaving him, "I am surprised that a hall of this magnificence should be left thus imperfect." "Sir," replied the Grand Vizier, "without doubt, Aladdin only wanted time to finish this window like the rest, for it is not to be supposed but that he has sufficient jewels for the purpose, or that he will not complete it at the first opportunity." Aladdin, who had left the Sultan to go and give some orders, returned just as the Vizier had finished his remark. "Son," said the Sultan to him, "this hall is the most worthy of admiration of any in the world. There is only one thing that surprises me, which is to find one of the windows unfinished. Is it from the forgetfulness or negligence of the workmen, or want of time, that they have not put the finishing stroke to so beautiful a piece of architecture?" "Sir," answered Aladdin, "it was for none of these reasons that your majesty sees it in this state. The omission was by design. It was by my orders that the workmen left it thus, since I wish that your majesty should have the glory of finishing this hall." "If you did it with this intention," replied the Sultan, "I take it kindly and will give orders about it immediately." He accordingly sent for the most considerable jewelers and goldsmiths in his capital. Aladdin then conducted the Sultan into the saloon where he had regaled his bride the preceding night. The princess entered immediately afterward and received her father with an air that showed how much she was satisfied with her marriage. 2 tables were immediately spread with the most delicious meats, all served up in gold dishes. The Sultan was much pleased with the cookery and owned he had never eaten anything more excellent. He said the same of the wines, which were delicious. But what he most of all admired were 4 large buffets, profusely furnished with large flagons, basins, and cups, all of massy gold, set with jewels. When the Sultan rose from table, he was informed that the jewelers and goldsmiths attended, upon which he returned to the hall and showed them the window, which was unfinished. "I sent for you," said he, "to fit up this window in as great perfection as the rest. Examine well and make all the dispatch you can." The jewelers and goldsmiths examined the 23 windows with great attention, and, after they had consulted together, they returned and presented themselves before the Sultan, when the principal jeweler, undertaking to speak for the rest, said, "Sir, we are all willing to exert our utmost care and industry to obey your Majesty, but, among us all, we cannot furnish jewels enough for so great a work." "I have more than are necessary," said the Sultan. "Come to my palace, and you shall choose what may answer your purpose." When the Sultan returned to his palace, he ordered his jewels to be brought out, and the jewelers took a great quantity, particularly those Aladdin had made him a present of, which they soon used without making any great advance in their work. They came again several times for more, and, in a month's time, had not finished half their work. In short, they used all the jewels the Sultan had, and borrowed of the vizier, but yet the work was not half done. Aladdin, who knew that all the Sultan's endeavors to make this window like the rest were in vain, sent for the jewelers and goldsmiths, and not only commanded them to desist from their work, but ordered them to undo what they had begun, and to carry all their jewels back to the Sultan and to the vizier. They undid in a few hours what they had been 6 weeks about, and retired, leaving Aladdin alone in the hall. He took the lamp, which he carried about him, rubbed it, and, presently, the genie appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I ordered thee to leave one of the 24 windows of this hall imperfect, and thou hast executed my commands punctually. Now, I would have thee make it like the rest." The genie immediately disappeared. Aladdin went out of the hall, and, returning soon after, found the window like the others. In the meantime, the jewelers and goldsmiths repaired to the palace, and were introduced into the Sultan's presence, where the chief jeweler, presenting the precious stones which had been brought back, said, in the name of all the rest, "Your Majesty knows how long we have been upon the work you were pleased to set us about, in which we used all imaginable industry. It was far advanced when Prince Aladdin commanded us not only to leave off, but to undo what we had already begun, and bring your Majesty your jewels back." The Sultan asked them if Aladdin had given them any reason for doing so, and they answered that he had given them none. He ordered a horse to be brought, which he mounted, and rode to his son-in-law's palace, with some few attendants on foot. When he came there, he alighted at the staircase, which led to the hall with the 24 windows, and went directly up to it, without giving previous notice to Aladdin. But it happened that at that very juncture, Aladdin was opportunely there, and had just time to receive him at the door. The Sultan, without giving Aladdin time to complain obligingly of his not having given notice, that he might have acquitted himself with the more becoming respect, said to him, "Son, I come myself to know the reason why you commanded the jewelers to desist from their work and take to pieces what they had done." Aladdin disguised the true reason, which was that the Sultan was not rich enough in jewels to be at so great an expense, but said, "I beg of you now to see if anything is wanting." The Sultan went directly to the window, which was left imperfect, and, when he found it like the rest, fancied that he was mistaken, examined the 2 windows on each side, and, afterward, all the 24. But, when he was convinced that the window which several workmen had been so long about was finished in so short a time, he embraced Aladdin and kissed him between his eyes. "My son," said he, "what a man you are to do such surprising things always in the twinkling of an eye. There is not your fellow in the world. The more I know, the more I admire you." Aladdin received these praises from the Sultan with modesty, and replied in these words, "Sir, it is a great honor to me to deserve your Majesty's goodwill and approbation, and, I assure you, I shall study to deserve them more." The Sultan returned to his palace, but would not let Aladdin attend him. When he came there, he found his Grand Vizier waiting, to whom he related the wonder he had witnessed with the utmost admiration, and in such terms as left the minister no room to doubt but that the fact was as the Sultan related it, though he was the more confirmed in his belief that Aladdin's palace was the effect of enchantment, as he had told the Sultan the first moment he saw it. He was going to repeat the observation, but the Sultan interrupted him and said, "You told me so once before. I see, Vizier, you have not forgotten your son's espousals to my daughter." The Grand Vizier plainly saw how much the Sultan was prepossessed, therefore avoided disputes, and let him remain in his own opinion. The Sultan, as soon as he rose every morning, went into the closet to look at Aladdin's palace, and would go many times in a day to contemplate and admire it. Aladdin did not confine himself in his palace, but took care to show himself once or twice a week in the town, by going sometimes to one mosque and sometimes to another, to prayers, or to visit the Grand Vizier, who affected to pay his court to him on certain days, or to do the principal lords of the court the honor to return their visits after he had regaled them at his palace. Every time he went out, he caused 2 slaves, who walked by the side of his horse, to throw handfuls of money among the people as he passed through the streets and squares, which were generally on these occasions crowded. Besides, no one came to his palace gates to ask alms, but returned satisfied with his liberality. In short, he so divided his time that not a week passed but he went either once or twice a-hunting, sometimes in the environs of the city, sometimes farther off, at which time the villages through which he passed felt the effects of his generosity, which gained him the love and blessings of the people, and it was common for them to swear by his head. With all these good qualities, he showed a zeal for the public good which could not be sufficiently applauded. He gave sufficient proofs of both in a revolt on the borders of the kingdom, for he no sooner understood that the Sultan was levying an army to disperse the rebels than he begged the command of it, which he found not difficult to obtain. As soon as he was empowered, he marched with so much expedition that the Sultan heard of the defeat of the rebels before he had received an account of his son-in-law's arrival in the army. Aladdin had conducted himself in this manner several years, when the African magician, who undesignedly had been the instrument of raising him to so high a pitch of prosperity, recalled him to his recollection in Africa, whither, after his expedition, he had returned. Though he was almost persuaded that Aladdin must have died miserably in the subterranean abode where he had left him, yet he had the curiosity to inform himself about his end with certainty. And, as he was a great geomancer, he took out of a cupboard a square, covered box, which he used in his geomantic observations. After he had prepared and leveled the sand which was in it with an intention to discover whether or not Aladdin had died, he cast the points, drew the figures, and formed a horoscope, by which, when he came to examine it, he found that instead of dying in the cave, his victim had made his escape, lived splendidly, was in possession of the wonderful lamp, had married a princess, and was much honored and respected. The magician no sooner understood, by the rules of his diabolical art, that Aladdin had arrived to this height of good fortune than his face became inflamed with anger, and he cried out in a rage, "This sorry tailor's son has discovered the secret and virtue of the lamp. I believed his death to be certain, but find that he enjoys the fruit of my labor and study. I will, however, prevent his enjoying it long, or perish in the attempt." He was not a great while deliberating on what he should do, but the next morning mounted a barb, set forward, and never stopped but to refresh himself and his horse, till he arrived at the capital of China. He alighted, took up his lodging in a khan, and stayed there the remainder of the day and the night. The next day, his first object was to inquire what people said of Aladdin, and, taking a walk through the town, he went to the most public and frequented places, where persons of the best distinction met to drink a certain warm liquor, which he had drunk often during his former visit. As soon as he had seated himself, he was presented with a cup of it, which he took, but listening, at the same time, to the discourse of the company on each side of him, he heard them talking of Aladdin's palace. When he had drunk off his liquor, he joined them, and, taking this opportunity, inquired particularly of what palace they spoke with so much commendation. "From whence come you?" said the person to whom he addressed himself. "You must certainly be a stranger not to have seen or heard talk of Prince Aladdin's palace." "I do not say," continued the man, "that it is one of the wonders of the world, but that it is the only wonder of the world, since nothing so grand, rich, and magnificent was ever beheld. Go and see it, and then judge whether I have told you more than the truth." "Forgive my ignorance," replied the magician. "I arrived here but yesterday from the farthest part of Africa, where the fame of this palace had not reached when I came away. The business which brought me hither was so urgent that my sole object was to arrive as soon as I could, without stopping anywhere or making any acquaintance. But I will not fail to go and see it, if you will do me the favor to show me the way thither." The person to whom the magician addressed himself took a pleasure in showing him the way to Aladdin's palace, and he got up and went thither instantly. When he came to the palace and had examined it on all sides, he doubted not but that Aladdin had made use of the lamp to build it. Without attending to the inability of a poor tailor's son, he knew that none but the genies, the slaves of the lamp, could have performed such wonders, and, piqued to the quick at Aladdin's happiness and splendor, he returned to the khan where he lodged. The next point was to ascertain where the lamp was, whether Aladdin carried it about with him, or where he kept it, and this he was to discover by an operation of geomancy. As soon as he entered his lodging, he took his square box of sand, which he always carried with him when he traveled, and, after he had performed some operations, he found that the lamp was in Aladdin's palace, and so great was his joy at the discovery that he could hardly contain himself. "Well," said he, "I shall have the lamp, and I defy Aladdin to prevent my carrying it off, thus making him sink to his original meanness, from which he has taken so high a flight." It was Aladdin's misfortune at that time to be absent in the chase for 8 days, and only 3 were expired, which the magician came to know. After he had performed the magical operation, he went to the superintendent of the khan, entered into conversation with him on indifferent subjects, and, among the rest, told him he had been to see Aladdin's palace, and, after exaggerating on all that he had seen most worthy of observation, added, "But my curiosity leads me further, and I shall not be satisfied till I have seen the person to whom this wonderful edifice belongs." "That will be no difficult matter," replied the master of the khan. "There is not a day passes but he gives an opportunity when he is in town, but at present he has been gone these 3 days on a hunting match, which will last 8. The magician wanted to know no more. He took his leave of the superintendent of the khan, and, returning to his own chamber, said to himself, This is an opportunity I ought by no means to neglect." To that end, he went to a coppersmith and asked for 12 copper lamps. The master of the shop told him he had not so many by him, but if he would have patience till the next day, he would have them ready. The magician appointed his time and desired him to take care that they should be handsome and well polished. After promising to pay him well, he returned to his inn. The next day, the magician called for the 12 lamps, paid the man his full price, put them into a basket which he bought on purpose, and, with the basket hanging on his arm, went directly to Aladdin's palace. As he approached, beginning to cry, "Who will change old lamps for new ones?" As he went along, a crowd of children collected, who hooted and thought him, as did all who chanced to be passing by, a madman or a fool. The magician regarded not their scoffs, hootings, or all they could say to him, but still continued crying, "Who will change old lamps for new?" He repeated this so often, walking backward and forward in front of the palace, that the princess, who was then in the hall with the 24 windows, hearing a man cry something and not being able to distinguish his words, owing to the hooting of the children, an increasing mob about him, sent one of her women slaves to know what he cried. The slave was not long gone before she returned and ran into the hall, laughing so heartily that the princess could not forbear herself. "Well, giggler," said the princess, "will you tell me what you laugh at?" "Madam," answered the slave, laughing still, "who can forbear laughing to see a fool with a basket on his arm, full of fine new lamps, ask to change them for old ones?" Another female slave, hearing this, said, "Now you speak of lamps, I know not whether the princess may have observed it, but there is an old one upon a shelf of the prince's robing room. If the princess chooses, she may have the pleasure of trying if this fool is so silly as to give a new lamp for an old one, without taking anything for the exchange." The lamp this slave spoke of was the wonderful lamp, which Aladdin had laid upon the shelf before he departed for the chase. This he had done several times before, but neither the princess, the slaves, nor the eunuchs had ever taken notice of it. At all other times, except when hunting, he carried it about his person. The princess, who knew not the value of this lamp, and the interest that Aladdin, not to mention herself, had to keep it safe, entered into the pleasantry, and commanded a eunuch to take it and make the exchange. The eunuch obeyed, went out of the hall, and no sooner got to the palace gates than he saw the magician, called to him, and, showing him the old lamp, said, "Give me a new lamp for this." The magician never doubted but this was the lamp he wanted. There could be no other such in the palace, where every utensil was gold or silver. He snatched it eagerly out of the eunuch's hand, and, thrusting it as far as he could into the basket, offered him his basket, and bade him choose which he liked best. The eunuch picked out one, and carried it to the princess, but the exchange was no sooner made than the place rang with the shouts of the children, deriding the magician's folly. The magician gave everybody leave to laugh as much as they pleased. He stayed not long near the palace, but made the best of his way, without crying any longer, "New lamps for old ones." His end was answered, and, by his silence, he got rid of the children and the mob. As soon as he was out of the square between the two palaces, he hastened down the streets which were the least frequented, and, having no more occasion for his lamps or basket, set all down in an alley where nobody saw him. Then, going down another street or two, he walked till he came to one of the city gates, and, pursuing his way through the suburbs, which were very extensive, at length reached a lonely spot, where he stopped for a time to execute the design he had in contemplation, never caring for his horse, which he had left to the khan, but thinking himself perfectly compensated by the treasure he had acquired. In this place the magician passed the remainder of the day, till the darkest time of night, when he pulled the lamp out of his breast and rubbed it. At that summons, the genie appeared, and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, both I and the other slaves of the lamp." "I command thee," replied the magician, "to transport me immediately, and the palace which thou and the other slaves of the lamp have built in this city, with all the people in it, to Africa." The genie made no reply, but, with the assistance of the other genies, the slaves of the lamp immediately transported him, and the palace entire, to the spot whither he was desired to convey it. As soon as the Sultan rose the next morning, according to custom, he went into his closet to have the pleasure of contemplating and admiring Aladdin's palace. But when he first looked that way, and instead of a palace saw an empty space, such as it was before the palace was built, he thought he was mistaken, and rubbed his eyes. But when he looked again, he still saw nothing more the second time than the first, though the weather was fine, the sky clear, and the dawn advancing had made all objects very distinct. He looked again in front, to the right and left, but beheld nothing more than he had formerly been used to see from his window. His amazement was so great that he stood for some time turning his eyes to the spot where the palace had stood, but where it was no longer to be seen. He could not comprehend how so large a palace as Aladdin's, which he had seen plainly every day for some years, and but the day before, should vanish so soon and not leave the least remains behind. "Certainly," said he to himself, "I am not mistaken. It stood there. If it had fallen, the materials would have lain in heaps, and if it had been swallowed up by an earthquake, there would be some mark left." At last, he retired to his apartment, not without looking behind him before he quitted the spot, ordered the Grand Vizier to be sent for with expedition, and, in the meantime, sat down, his mind agitated by so many different conjectures that he knew not what to resolve. The Grand Vizier did not make the Sultan wait long for him, but came with so much precipitation that neither he nor his attendants, as they passed, missed Aladdin's palace. Neither did the porters, when they opened the palace gates, observe any alteration. When he came into the Sultan's presence, he said to him, "The haste in which your Majesty sent for me makes me believe something extraordinary has happened, since you know this is a day of public audience, and I should not have failed of attending at the usual time." "Indeed," said the Sultan, "it is something very extraordinary, as you say, and you will allow it to be so. Tell me, what has become of Aladdin's palace?" "His palace," replied the Grand Vizier in amazement. "I thought as I passed it stood in its usual place." "Go into my closet," said the Sultan, "and tell me if you can see it." The Grand Vizier went into the closet, where he was struck with no less amazement than the Sultan had been. When he was well assured that there was not the least appearance of the palace, he returned to the Sultan. "Well," said the Sultan, "have you seen Aladdin's palace?" "No," answered the Vizier, "but your Majesty may remember that I had the honor to tell you that the edifice, which was the subject of your admiration, was only the work of magic and a magician, but your Majesty would not pay the least attention to what I said." The Sultan, who could not deny what the Grand Vizier had represented to him, flew into the greater passion. "Where is that impostor, that wicked wretch," said he, "that I may have his head taken off immediately?" "Sir," replied the Grand Vizier, "it is some days since he came to take his leave of your Majesty on pretense of hunting. He ought to be sent for, to know what has become of his palace, since he cannot be ignorant of what has been transacted." "To send for him would be too great an indulgence," replied the Sultan. "Command a detachment of horse to bring him to me, loaded with chains." The Grand Vizier gave orders for a detachment and instructed the officer who commanded the men how they were to act, that Aladdin might not escape. The detachment pursued its orders, and, about 5 or 6 leagues from the town, met him, returning from the chase. The officer advanced respectfully and informed him the Sultan was so impatient to see him that he had sent his party to accompany him home. Aladdin had not the least suspicion of the true reason of their meeting him. But when he came within half a league of the city, the detachment surrounded him when the officer addressed himself to him and said, "Prince, it is with great regret that I declare to you the Sultan's order to arrest you and to carry you before him as a criminal. I beg of you not to take it ill that we acquit ourselves of our duty and to forgive us." Aladdin, who felt himself innocent, was much surprised at this declaration and asked the officer if he knew what crime he was accused of, who replied he did not. Then Aladdin, finding that his retinue was much inferior to this detachment, alighted from his horse and said to the officers, "Execute your orders. I am not conscious that I have committed any offense against the Sultan's person or government." A heavy chain was immediately put about his neck and fastened round his body, so that both his arms were pinioned down. The officer then put himself at the head of the detachment, and one of the troopers, taking hold of the end of the chain and proceeding after the officer, led Aladdin, who was obliged to follow him on foot, into the city. When this detachment entered the suburbs, the people, who saw Aladdin thus led as a state criminal, never doubted but that his head was to be cut off. And, as he was generally beloved, some took sabers and other arms, and those who had none gathered stones and followed the escort. Their numbers presently increased so much that the soldiery began to think it would be well if they could get into the Sultan's palace before Aladdin was rescued, to prevent which, according to the different extent of the streets, they took care to cover the ground by extending or closing. In this manner, they, with much difficulty, arrived at the palace square, and there drew up in a line till their officer and troopers with Aladdin had got within the gates, which were immediately shut. Aladdin was carried before the Sultan, who waited for him, attended by the Grand Vizier, and, as soon as he saw him, he ordered the executioner, who waited there for the purpose, to strike off his head without hearing him or giving him leave to clear himself. As soon as the executioner had taken off the chain that was fastened about Aladdin's neck and body, he made the supposed criminal kneel down and tied a bandage over his eyes. Then, drawing his saber, he took his aim by flourishing it 3 times in the air, waiting for the Sultan's giving the signal to strike. At that instant, the Grand Vizier, perceiving that the populace had crowded the great square before the palace and were scaling the walls in several places, said to the Sultan, before he gave the signal, "I beg of your Majesty to consider what you are going to do, since you will hazard your palace being destroyed, and who knows what fatal consequence may follow." "My palace, forced," replied the Sultan. "Who can have that audacity?" "Sir," answered the Grand Vizier, "if your Majesty will but cast your eyes toward the great square, and on the palace walls, you will perceive the truth of what I say." The Sultan was so much alarmed when he saw so great a crowd, and how enraged they were, that he ordered the executioner to put his saber immediately into the scabbard, to unbind Aladdin, and, at the same time, commanded the porters to declare to the people that the Sultan had pardoned him, and that they might retire. Those who had already got upon the walls abandoned their design and got quickly down, overjoyed that they had saved the life of a man they dearly loved, and published the news amongst the rest, which was presently confirmed by the mace bearers from the top of the terraces. The justice which the Sultan had done to Aladdin soon disarmed the populace of their rage. The tumult abated, and the mob dispersed. When Aladdin found himself at liberty, he turned toward the balcony, and, perceiving the Sultan, raised his voice and said to him in a moving manner, "I beg of your Majesty to add one favor more to that which I have already received, which is to let me know my crime." "Your crime," answered the Sultan. "Perfidious wretch, do you not know it? Come hither, and I will show it you." Aladdin went up, when the Sultan, going before him without looking at him, said, "Follow me." and then led him into his closet. When he came to the door, he said, "Go in. You ought to know whereabouts your palace stood. Look round and tell me what has become of it." Aladdin looked, but saw nothing. He perceived the spot upon which his palace had stood, but, not being able to divine how it had disappeared, was thrown into such great confusion and amazement that he could not return one word of answer. The Sultan, growing impatient, demanded of him again, "Where is your palace, and what has become of my daughter?" Aladdin, breaking silence, replied, "Sir, I perceive and own that the palace which I have built is not in its place, but has vanished. Neither can I tell your majesty where it may be, but can assure you I had no concern in its removal." "I am not so much concerned about your palace," replied the Sultan. "I value my daughter 10,000 times more, and would have you find her out. Otherwise, I will cause your head to be struck off, and no consideration shall divert me from my purpose." "I beg of your majesty," answered Aladdin, "to grant me 40 days to make my inquiries, and if in that time I have not the success I wish, I will offer my head at the foot of your throne, to be disposed of at your pleasure." "I give you the 40 days you ask," said the Sultan, "but think not to escape my resentment if you fail, for I will find you out in whatsoever part of the world you may conceal yourself." Aladdin went out of the Sultan's presence with great humiliation, and in a condition worthy of pity. He crossed the courts of the palace, hanging down his head, and in such great confusion that he durst not lift up his eyes. The principal officers of the court, who had all professed themselves his friends, instead of going up to him to comfort him, turned their backs to avoid seeing him. But, had they accosted him with an offer of service, they would have no more known Aladdin. He did not know himself, and was no longer in his senses, as plainly appeared by his asking everybody he met, and at every house, if they had seen his palace, or could tell him any news of it. These questions made the generality believe that Aladdin was mad. Some laughed at him, but people of sense and humanity, particularly those who had had any connection of business or friendship with him, really pitied him. For 3 days he rambled about the city in this manner, without coming to any resolution, or eating anything but what some compassionate people forced him to take out of charity. At last, he took the road to the country, and, after he had traversed several fields in wild uncertainty, at the approach of night, came to the bank of a river. There, possessed by his despair, he said to himself, "Where shall I seek my palace? In what province, country, or part of the world shall I find that and my dear princess? I shall never succeed. I would better free myself at once from fruitless endeavors and such bitter grief as preys upon me." He was just going to throw himself into the river, but he thought he should not do it without first saying his prayers. Going to prepare himself, he went to the river's brink in order to perform the usual ablutions. The place being steep and slippery, he slid down, and had certainly fallen into the river, but for a little rock which projected about 2 feet out of the earth. Happily also for him, he still had on the ring which the magician had put on his finger, before he went down into the subterranean abode to fetch the precious lamp. In slipping down the bank, he rubbed the ring so hard by holding on the rock, that immediately the same genie appeared whom he had seen in the cave where the magician had left him. "What wouldst thou have?" said the genie. "I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those that have that ring on their finger, both I and the other slaves of the ring." Aladdin, agreeably surprised at an apparition he so little expected in his present calamity, replied, "Save my life, genie, a second time, either by showing me to the place where the palace I caused to be built now stands, or immediately transporting it back where it first stood." "What you command me," answered the genie, "is not wholly in my power. I am only the slave of the ring. you must address yourself to the slave of the lamp." "If that be the case," replied Aladdin, "I command thee, by the power of the ring, to transport me to the spot where my palace stands, in what part of the world soever it may be, and set me down under the window of the Princess Bedrulbudur." These words were no sooner out of his mouth than the genie transported him into Africa, to the midst of a large plain where his palace stood, and, placing him exactly under the window of the princess's apartment, left him. All this was done almost in an instant. Aladdin, notwithstanding the darkness of the night, knew his palace again, but as the night was far advanced and all was quiet, he retired to some distance and sat down at the foot of a large tree. There, full of hopes and reflecting on his happiness, for which he was indebted to chance, he found himself in a much more comfortable situation than when he was arrested and carried before the Sultan, being now delivered from the immediate danger of losing his life. He amused himself for some time with these agreeable thoughts, but, not having slept for 2 days, was unable to resist the drowsiness which came upon him, but fell fast asleep. The next morning, as soon as day appeared, Aladdin was agreeably awakened by the singing not only of the birds which had roosted in the tree under which he had passed the night, but also of those which frequented the thick groves of the palace garden. When he cast his eyes on that wonderful edifice, he felt inexpressible joy at thinking he might soon be master of it again, and once more greet his dear Princess Bedrulbudur. Pleased with these hopes, he immediately arose, went toward the princess's apartment, and walked some time under her window in expectation of her rising, that he might see her. During this expectation, he began to consider with himself whence the cause of his misfortune had proceeded, and, after mature reflection, no longer doubted that it was owing to having trusted the lamp out of his sight. He accused himself of negligence in letting it be a moment away from him, but what puzzled him most was that he could not imagine who had been so envious of his happiness. He would soon have guessed this if he had known that both he and his palace were now in Africa, the very name of which would soon have made him remember the magician, his declared enemy. But the genie, the slave of the ring, had not made mention of the name of the country, nor had Aladdin inquired. The princess rose earlier that morning than she had done since her transportation into Africa by the magician, whose presence she was forced to support once a day, because he was master of the palace, though she had always treated him so harshly that he dared not reside in it. As she was dressing, one of the women looking through the window perceived Aladdin, and instantly told her mistress. The princess, who could not believe the joyful tidings, hastened herself to the window, and, seeing Aladdin, immediately opened it. The noise of opening the window made Aladdin turn his head that way, and, perceiving the princess, he saluted her with joy. "To lose no time," said she to him, "I have sent to have the private door opened for you. Enter and come up." The private door, which was just under the princess's apartment, was soon opened, and Aladdin conducted up into the chamber. It is impossible to express the joy of both at seeing each other after so cruel a separation. After embracing and shedding tears of joy, they sat down, and Aladdin said, "I beg of you, princess, in heaven's name, before we talk of anything else, to tell me, both for your own sake, the Sultan your father's, and mine, what is become of an old lamp which I left upon a shelf in my robing chamber when I departed for the chase." "Alas, dear husband," answered the princess, "I was afraid our misfortune might be owing to that lamp, and what grieves me most is that I have been the cause of it." "Princess," replied Aladdin, "do not blame yourself, for I ought to have taken more care of it. But let us now think only of repairing the loss. Tell me what has happened, and into whose hands it has fallen." The princess then related how she had changed the old lamp for a new one, and how the next morning she found herself in the unknown country they were then in. which she was told was Africa, by the trader who had transported her thither by his magic art. "Princess," said Aladdin, interrupting her, "you have informed me who the trader is by telling me we are in Africa. He is the most perfidious of men, but this is neither a time nor place to give you a full account of his villainies. I desire you only to tell me what he has done with the lamp and where he has put it." "He carries it carefully wrapped up in his bosom," said the princess, "and this I can assure you, because he pulled it out before me and showed it to me in triumph." "Princess," said Aladdin, "do not be displeased that I trouble you with so many questions, since they are equally important to us both. But to come to what most particularly concerns me, tell me, I conjure you, how so wicked and perfidious a man treats you." "Since I have been here," replied the princess, "he repairs once every day to see me, and I am persuaded the little satisfaction he receives from his visits makes him come no oftener. All his addresses tend to persuade me to break that faith I have pledged to you, and to take him for my husband, giving me to understand I need not entertain hopes of ever seeing you again, for that you were dead, having had your head struck off by my father's order. He added, to justify himself, that you were an ungrateful wretch, that your good fortune was owing to him, and a great many other things of that nature, which I forbear to repeat. But as he received no other answer from me but grievous complaints and tears, he was always forced to retire with as little satisfaction as he came. I doubt not his intention is to allow me time to overcome my grief, in hopes that afterward I may change my sentiments. But my dear husband's presence removes all my apprehensions. I am confident my attempts to punish the magician will not be in vain," replied Aladdin, "since my princess's fears are removed, and I think I have found the means to deliver you from both your enemy and mine. To execute this design, it is necessary for me to go to the town. I shall return by noon, will then communicate my design, and what must be done by you to ensure success. But that you may not be surprised, I think it proper to acquaint you that I shall change my apparel, and beg of you to give orders that I may not wait long at the private door, but that it may be opened at the first knock." When Aladdin was out of the palace, he looked round him on all sides, and, perceiving a peasant going into the country, hastened after him, and, when he had overtaken him, made a proposal to him to change habits, which the man agreed to. When they had made the exchange, the countryman went about his business, and Aladdin to the city. After traversing several streets, he came to that part of the town where all descriptions of merchants had their particular streets, according to their trades. He went into that of the druggists, and going into one of the largest and best furnished shops, asked the druggist if he had a certain powder which he named. The druggist, judging Aladdin by his habit to be very poor, and that he had not enough money to pay for it, told him he had it, but that it was very dear, upon which Aladdin, penetrating his thoughts, pulled out his purse, and, showing him some gold, asked for half a dram of the powder, which the druggist weighed, wrapped up in paper, and gave him, telling him the price was a piece of gold. Aladdin put the money into his hand, and returned to the palace, where he waited not long at the private door. When he came into the princess's apartment, he said to her, "Princess, perhaps the aversion you tell me you have for your captor may be an objection to your executing what I am going to propose, but permit me to say it is proper that you should dissemble a little and do violence to your inclinations if you would deliver yourself from him. If you will take my advice," continued he, "dress yourself this moment in one of your richest habits, and, when the magician comes, make no difficulty to give him the best reception, so that he may imagine time has removed your disgust at his addresses. In your conversation, let him understand that you strive to forget me, and that he may be the more fully convinced. Invite him to sup with you, and tell him you should be glad to taste some of the best wines of his country. He will presently go to fetch you some. During his absence, put into one of the cups which you are accustomed to drink of this powder, and, setting it by, charge the slave you may order that night to attend you, on a signal you shall agree upon, to bring that cup to you. When the magician and you have eaten and drunk as much as you choose, let her bring you the cup, and then change cups with him. He will esteem it so great a favor that he will not refuse, but eagerly quaff it off. But no sooner will he have drunk, you will see him fall backward." When Aladdin had finished, "I own," answered the princess, "I shall do myself violence in consenting to make the magician such advances. But what cannot one resolve to do against a cruel enemy? I will therefore follow your advice, since both my repose and yours depend upon it." After the princess had agreed to the measures proposed by Aladdin, he took his leave and went and spent the rest of the day in the neighborhood of the palace, till it was night, and he might safely return to the private door. The princess, who had remained inconsolable at being parted from her husband, had, ever since their cruel separation, lived in great neglect of her person. She had almost forgotten the neatness so becoming persons of her sex and quality, particularly after the first time the magician paid her a visit, and she had understood by some of the women who knew him again that it was he who had taken the old lamp in exchange for a new one. However, the opportunity of taking the revenge he deserved made her resolve to gratify Aladdin. As soon, therefore, as he was gone, she sat down to dress, and was attired by her women to the best advantage in her richest habit of her wardrobe. Her girdle was of the finest and largest diamonds set in gold. Her necklace of pearls, 6 on a side, so well proportioned to that in the middle, which was the largest ever seen, that the greatest sultanesses would have been proud to have been adorned with only 2 of the smallest. Her bracelets, which were of diamonds and rubies intermixed, corresponded admirably to the richness of the girdle and necklace. When the Princess Bedrulbudur was completely dressed, she consulted her glass and women upon her adjustment, and, when she found she wanted no charms to flatter the foolish passion of the magician, she sat down on a sofa, expecting his arrival. The magician came at the usual hour, and, as soon as he entered the great hall where the princess waited to receive him, she rose with an enchanting grace and smile, and pointed with her hand to the most honorable place, waiting till he sat down, that she might sit at the same time, which was a civility she had never shown him before. The magician, dazzled more with the luster of the princess's eyes than the glittering of her jewels, was much surprised. The smiling air with which she received him, so opposite to her former behavior, quite fascinated his heart. When he was seated, the princess, to free him from his embarrassment, broke silence first, looking at him all the time in such a manner as to make him believe that he was not so odious to her as she had given him to understand hitherto, and said, "You are doubtless amazed to find me so much altered today, but your surprise will not be so great when I acquaint you that I am naturally of a disposition so opposite to melancholy and grief, that I always strive to put them as far away as possible when I find the subject of them is past. I have reflected on what you told me of Aladdin's fate, and know my father's temper so well that I am persuaded, with you, he could not escape the terrible effects of the Sultan's rage. Therefore, should I continue to lament him all my life, my tears cannot recall him. For this reason, since I have paid all the duties decency requires of me to his memory, now he is in the grave, I think I ought to endeavor to comfort myself. These are the motives of the change you see in me. I am resolved to banish melancholy entirely, and, persuaded that you will bear me company tonight, I have ordered a supper to be prepared. But, as I have no wines but those of China, I have a great desire to taste of the produce of Africa, and doubt not your procuring some of the best." The magician, who had looked upon the happiness of getting so soon and so easily into the Princess Bedrulbudur's good graces as impossible, could not think of words expressive enough to testify how sensible he was of her favors. But, to put an end the sooner to a conversation which would have embarrassed him if he had engaged farther in it, he turned it upon the wines of Africa, and said, Of all the advantages Africa can boast, that of producing the most excellent wines is one of the principal. I have a vessel of 7 years old, which has never been broached, and it is indeed not praising it too much to say it is the finest wine in the world. If my princess, added he, will give me leave, I will go and fetch 2 bottles and return again immediately. I should be sorry to give you that trouble, replied the princess. You had better send for them. It is necessary I should go myself, answered the magician, for nobody but myself knows where the key of the cellar is laid, or has the secret to unlock the door. If it be so, said the princess, make haste back, for the longer you stay, the greater will be my impatience, and we shall sit down to supper as soon as you return. The magician, full of hopes of his expected happiness, rather flew than ran, and returned quickly with the wine. The princess, not doubting but he would make haste, put with her own hand the powder Aladdin had given her into the cup set apart for that purpose. They sat down at the table opposite to each other, the magician's back toward the buffet. The princess presented him with the best at the table and said to him, "If you please, I will entertain you with a concert of vocal and instrumental music, but as we are only 2, I think conversation may be more agreeable." This the magician took as a new favor. After they had eaten some time, the princess called for some wine, drank the magician's health, and afterward said to him, "Indeed, you had a full right to commend your wine, since I never tasted any so delicious." "Charming princess," said he, holding in his hand the cup which had been presented to him, "my wine becomes more exquisite by your approbation." "Then drink my health," replied the princess. "You will find I understand wines." He drank the princess's health, and, returning the cup, said, "I think myself fortunate, princess, that I reserved this wine for so happy an occasion, and own I never before drank any in every respect so excellent." When they had each drunk 2 or 3 cups more, the princess, who had completely charmed the magician by her obliging behavior, gave the signal to the slave who served them with wine, bidding her bring the cup which had been filled for herself, and at the same time bring the magician a full goblet. When they both had their cups in their hands, she said to him, "I know not how you express your loves in these parts when drinking together. With us in China, lovers reciprocally exchange cups and drink each other's health." At the same time, she presented to him the cup which was in her hand, and held out her hand to receive his. He hastened to make the exchange with the more pleasure because he looked upon this favor as a token of conquest over the princess, which raised his rapture to the highest pitch. Before he drank, he said to her, with the cup in his hand, "Indeed, princess, we are not so refined in the art of love as you Chinese, and your instructing me in a lesson I was ignorant of informs me how sensible I ought to be of the favor done me. I shall never, lovely princess, forget my recovering by drinking out of your cup that life which your cruelty, had it continued, must have made me despair of." The princess, who began to be tired with his declarations, interrupted him and said, "Let us drink first, and then say what you will afterward." At the same time, she set the cup to her lips, while the magician, who was eager to get his wine off first, drank up the very last drop. In finishing it, he leaned his head back to show his eagerness, and remained some time in that state. The princess kept the cup at her lips till she saw his eyes turn in his head, when he fell backward lifeless on the sofa. The princess had no occasion to order the private door to be opened to Aladdin, for her women were so disposed, from the great hall to the foot of the staircase, that the word was no sooner given that the magician was fallen than the door was immediately opened. As soon as Aladdin entered the hall, he saw the magician stretched backward on the sofa. The princess rose from her seat and ran overjoyed to embrace him, but he stopped her and said, "Princess, it is not yet time. Let me be left alone a moment, while I endeavor to transport you back to China as speedily as you were brought from thence." When the princess, her women, and eunuchs were gone out of the hall, Aladdin shut the door and, going directly to the dead body of the magician, opened his vest, took out the lamp, which was carefully wrapped up, as the princess had told him, and, unfolding and rubbing it, the genie immediately appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I have called to command thee, on the part of thy good mistress, this lamp, to transport this palace instantly into China, to the place from whence it was brought hither." The genie bowed his head in token of obedience and disappeared. Immediately, the palace was transported into China, and its removal was only felt by two little shocks, the one when it was lifted up, the other when it was set down, and both in a very short interval of time. From the time of the transportation of Aladdin's palace, the princess's father had been inconsolable for the loss of her. Before the disaster, he used to go every morning into his closet to please himself with viewing the palace. He went now many times in the day to renew his tears and plunge himself into the deepest melancholy by reflecting how he had lost what was most dear to him in this world. The very morning of the return to the palace, the Sultan went into his closet to indulge his sorrows, absorbed in himself and in a pensive mood. He cast his eyes toward the spot, expecting only to see an open space, but, perceiving the vacancy filled up, he at first imagined the appearance to be the effect of a fog. Looking more attentively, he was convinced beyond the power of doubt that it was his son-in-law's palace. Joy and gladness succeeded to sorrow and grief. He returned immediately into his apartment and ordered a horse to be saddled and brought to him without delay, which he mounted that instant, thinking he could not make haste enough to the palace. Aladdin, who foresaw what would happen, rose that morning by daybreak, put on one of the most magnificent habits his wardrobe afforded, and went up into the hall of 24 windows, from whence he perceived the Sultan approaching, and got down soon enough to receive him at the foot of the great staircase. "Aladdin," said the Sultan, "I cannot speak to you till I have seen and embraced my daughter." The happy father was then led to the princess's apartment and embraced her with his face bathed in tears of joy. The Sultan was some time before he could open his lips. So great was his surprise and joy to find his daughter again, after he had given her up for lost. And the princess, upon seeing her father, let fall tears of rapture and affection. At last, the Sultan broke silence and said, "I would believe, daughter, your joy to see me makes you seem as little changed as if no misfortune had befallen you. Yet I cannot be persuaded but that you have suffered much alarm, for a large palace cannot be so suddenly transported as yours has been without causing great fright and apprehension. I would have you tell me all that has happened and conceal nothing from me." The princess, who took great pleasure in giving the Sultan the satisfaction he demanded, said, "If I appear so altered, I beg of your majesty to consider that I received new life yesterday morning by the presence of my dear husband and deliverer, Aladdin, whom I looked upon and bewailed as lost to me. My greatest suffering was to find myself forced not only from your majesty, but from my dear husband, not only from the love I bore him, but from the uneasiness I labored under through fear that he, though innocent, might feel the effects of your anger. As to what relates to my transportation, I was myself the innocent cause of it." To persuade the Sultan of the truth of what she said, she gave him a full account of how the magician had disguised himself, and offered to change new lamps for old ones, how she had amused herself in making that exchange, how the palace and herself were carried away and transported into Africa, with the magician, who was recognized by two of her women and the eunuch who made the exchange of the lamp. When he had the audacity, after the success of his daring enterprise, to propose himself for her husband, how he persecuted her till Aladdin's arrival, how they had concerted measures to get the lamp from him again, and the success they had fortunately met with by her dissimulation in inviting him to supper and giving him the cup with the powder prepared for him. For the rest, added she, I leave it to Aladdin to recount. Aladdin had not much to tell the Sultan, but only said, "When the private door was opened, I went up into the great hall, where I found the magician lying dead on the sofa, and, as I thought it not proper for the princess to stay there any longer, I desired her to go down into her own apartment, with her women and eunuchs. As soon as I was alone, and had taken the lamp out of the magician's breast, I made use of the same secret he had done, to remove the palace and carry off the princess, and, by that means, the palace was reconveyed to the place where it stood before, and I have the happiness to restore the princess to your majesty. But, that your majesty may not think that I impose upon you, if you will give yourself the trouble to go up into the hall." The Sultan rose instantly and went into the hall, where, when he saw the magician, dead, and his face already livid by the strength of the poison, he embraced Aladdin with great tenderness, and said, "My son, be not displeased at my proceedings against you. They arose from my paternal love, and therefore you ought to forgive the excesses to which it hurried me." "Sir," replied Aladdin, "I have not the least reason to complain of your majesty's conduct, since you did nothing but what your duty required. This infamous magician, the basest of men, was the sole cause of my misfortune. When your majesty has leisure, I will give you an account of another villainous action he was guilty of toward me, which was no less black and base than this." "I will take an opportunity, and that very shortly," replied the Sultan, "to hear it. But, in the meantime, let us think only of rejoicing." The Sultan then commanded the drums, trumpets, cymbals, and other instruments of music to announce his joy to the public, and a festival of 10 days to be proclaimed for the return of the princess and Aladdin. Within a few years afterward, the Sultan died in a good old age, and, as he left no male children, the Princess Bedrulbudur, as lawful heir of the throne, succeeded him, and, communicating the power to Aladdin, they reigned together many years, and left a numerous and illustrious progeny.